I do.
Morgan, are we up? It says we're live.
Yeah, it's been good, actually,
I'm glad to hear that.
from what everybody's been telling me. I feel like I'm faring better. That's helping me. I got a lot of friends and support.
Checking the feed for the live. Checking. We check the podium. I just want to hear it on my laptop, make sure to pull it up, make sure we're good with the feed. Use just a sec. We're good.
Microphone test is on for streaming.
Hey, good morning, Miss Ricky. Hey, how are you? I'm not listening, I'm doing all right also, really. I'm losing it. Things that you know, you just talk out of the blue, you know. And you just, yeah, it's usually, even if you get it, but
And all you guys, it's good.
great to see you.
Vernon's gonna be here.
Okay, so yeah, you were single-handedly growing your guilt.
Yeah, it is. Big fan.
Oh, good.
Smaller city, but.
Registration.
Right. Yeah. Yes. Oh, yes, Colin is Spain, yes. Oh, thanks. Well, yeah, I'm excited about.
Then she got that.
What's your job?
Alaska.
Oh, okay, really?
Yeah.
I'm in Palmer, it's about 40 miles from Denver. It's honestly not really the middle of nowhere, because we're really, we're kind of like a long distance suburb of Anchorage. Like, I mean, we're not really a suburb. Actually, no, I have a lot of work in the valley, the Matsu Valley, it's the Palmer and Priscilla. And both of them are about 7,000, 8,000 people in town, but there's a lot of people area. There's a pretty
Yeah, I don't know her.
a lot of
Know each other.
I'm saying, and then I think there's a couple guys in Anchorage who really are like, they only pretty much. And he doesn't know that he doesn't any less either. It's so appreciated. You can get there. Yeah, there's so appreciative. You give her a piece.
I was just like.
I don't.
And yeah, I was.
Well, yeah. Yeah.
Why did he have so?
Right, right. Yeah. Sure, but if they're.
They haven't had a lot.
Yeah. Yeah. This is my first time here, so we're excited.
Oh, I love your mask. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was another guy over there that had a mask that looked like a mouse. Pulls it
And I have like no direction from my check. I mean, I like sit down and even like you guys care about me, and that's it, or you don't. Yeah. Next chapter. All right, I guess I'll just stick with that. Yeah. Well, that's But if everybody's doing that, then my chapter was no, I Yes, absolutely. I don't know if you want to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I could have your attention just for a brief refresher course on microphone stand use. I brought this tutorial to the organization in the past, and it seems to still have some confusion. On the back side of the microphone, there is a trigger that you can push, and then that allows you to either lower or raise the microphone, and once you let go, it stays in place. So just press the trigger and adjust it tight as needed. Thank you. It'll just be a few more moments. So talk amongst yourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could have your attention. Before we call the meeting to order, I just want to let those delegates know who may have come in too late to check in, that as soon as we get to the first break this morning, you'll be able to come up to the front on the left side of the room and get your packets. Until that time, if you were late and didn't check in, you will not be permitted to vote until you do get your check-in done and your packet and your voting card. At this time, the council meeting of the Piano Technicians Guild will now come to order. May I remind everyone that this is an official meeting of the Piano Technicians Guild, and as such, it will be conducted in accordance with all bylaws, organizational policies, and antitrust policies of the PTG, as well as all federal antitrust laws of these United States. PTG antitrust policies can be found in Section 1A1 of Organizational Policies. I'm asking you to vote in the affirmative for a set of standing rules similar to those that we've used during council in the past. A point of order should be raised only to draw the attention of the board to the fact that something has just happened, is happening, or is about to happen, which is a violation of the laws of PTG or the parliamentary rules adopted by PTG. Yes, sir?
I am Patrick Drain of the Boston chapter of PTG. And it has come to my attention that an action by the board does not, in my opinion, and some others, comply with rigorous application of our bylaws, organizational policies, and in particular, Robert's Rules of Order. And I'm going to ask the chair to address these issues. Let me point them out in brief.
Now is not the time.
It's point of order, and something has occurred that is not in compliance with our bylaws and Robert's rules. And you just asked for that, sir.
And we defer to our registered parliamentarian.
Your point of order does not have to do with this meeting. If you want to bring it up, it can be added to the agenda.
It applies
The
to this
agenda-
meeting.
It may apply to this meeting, but it did not happen and is not happening in this meeting. You can add it to the agenda when the agenda is adopted.
Is that the chair's opinion?
It is.
Thank you.
So that point will be added as a late submission. Our resident parliamentarian, Barbara Cassidy, will be providing a ruling on these. Debate is limited to 2 minutes for each member on any one debatable motion. A member may not speak again to a motion if another member who has not yet spoken desires the floor. A member who wishes to speak a third time or more may do so by general consent of the board. Of council. And the member who wishes to speak longer than 2 minutes may do so by general consent of the council. Total debate time for any one debatable motion is 10 minutes. This may be extended by a 2/3 vote of council. If there's no objection by general consent, these rules will be adopted. Hearing none, they've been approved. At this point, the chair recognizes Secretary Treasurer Jim Ferris for a confirmation of a quorum.
Come out. I think they can hear.
Today, I'm pleased to report we have 46% representation. We have
Thank you, Jim. I'd like to ask everyone in the room to please place all cell phones on vibrate or off. At this point, we've reached the adoption of the agenda. All right, at this point in the agenda, we're looking for volunteers for the appointment of the Council Minutes Approval Committee. One, please. That would be Larry Messerly. The chair recognizes Mr. Drain.
Patrick Drain at Boston Chapter. I move to amend the agenda. Motion is to substitute, rather than having point 4 open discussion, which is listed in the published agenda, we instead move, possibly immediately or possibly at that point 4 point, but probably earlier, move to committee of the whole as delineated in Robert's Rules of Order 52.6. It's 52.6. This committee of the whole shall have the purpose of learning the actions of the pre-council board meeting. Following a reading of notes from board meeting observers, discussion shall follow among council, and board members will be free to speak as well. Only after this discussion of recent board actions and related issues concludes will the election of the executive committee proceed. And then somewhat parenthetically, I add, it is understood that the timeline of the caucus deliberations and RVPs and elected committees is time-bound in deference to remote participant schedules. So the committee of the whole may recess while regional caucus business is carried out. Upon completion of caucus elections, the committee of the whole shall resume. Do I have a second?
Who was the second? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any? Just a moment.
According to PTG bylaws, and this is in Article 5, Section G4, election of regional vice president shall be in individual regional caucuses in accordance with regional caucus rules adopted by, well, it is now the council, and shall take place after the election of the president, vice president, and secretary treasurer. So we cannot have caucus before those elections.
If it's your preference to postpone the RVP elections, fine. It's not my preference. But if you want to amend it, that's a friendly amendment, fine. Thank you.
We cannot postpone caucus because we have virtual people who have already been notified at the time.
Well, we have to comply with bylaws, don't we? Look, if you want to delete the part about, if we can go into committee of the whole right now and continue until 10 o'clock, that's fine with me, and then proceed with things. So if you want to, if I may amend, I'll reread it with the deletion. I move to amend the agenda. The motion is to substitute where for in the agenda, open discussion is listed in the published agenda, that we instead move to committee of the whole as delineated in Robert's Rules of Order 52.6 immediately. This committee of the whole shall have the purpose of learning the actions of the pre-council board meeting. Following reading of notes from board meeting observers, discussion shall follow among council, and board members will be free to speak as well. Only after this discussion of recent board actions and related issues concludes will the election of the executive committee proceed. This committee of the whole shall commence immediately after this council approves this motion. Do I have a second to this amendment?
We have a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please raise your voting card. Opposed? The motion carries.
Morning, Bruce Dornfeld, North Shore Chapter. I'd like to add one more item to the agenda, which would be a brief discussion of the duties of the nominating committee. The nominating committee, of course, is created by council, elected by council. And I've served on this committee numerous years. The main question that I'd like council to consider is whether the nominating committee should nominate more than one person for each of the three higher offices in PTG. So I'd like that to be up for discussion. Thank you. I didn't make that in the form of a motion, did I? I'd like to move that we have the discussion I just described. Thank you.
We have a motion and a second, as stated. All those in favor? Raise your voting cards. Opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Eric Johnson. I'm the registered delegate from the great state of Connecticut, Chapter 064. Following up on Mr. Drain's comment, I think it would be valuable for the delegates here to have a quick summary of what the board accomplished during a very long and productive session, particularly on Sunday. So for the benefit of the delegates here, I'd like to just do a quick summary. These are my notes. I wasn't an active participant, so if there are any corrections, please let me know.
It's out of order.
How so? I thought we were in committee of the whole.
It was immediate. It was immediate. We're still working on the agenda.
We're still approving the agenda at this point, so we haven't entered the committee of the whole yet.
When I read that it was an open forum, I presumed that this was going to be any topic that we would like to talk about until 10 o'clock. Is that still the case, or do I have to make a special motion to discuss a specific issue?
Open forum is open, so you can bring anything up
Thank you.
whatsoever. Just don't talk about your favorite flavor of ice cream.
Okay. The question is, if we run out of time at 10 o'clock, will the open forum be continued after caucus?
Yes, not a problem.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other late submissions or amendments of the agenda as presented? Hearing none. All those in favor of adopting the agenda as amended, raise your voting cards. Opposed? The motion carries. Now we're in open forum for whatever you wish to bring to the body. Mr. Drain, you should have first option.
Sorry for the misunderstanding of the procedure. So I'm just going to quickly review caucus rules adoption authority that passed, minutes distribution that was defeated, attorney review of agendas that was passed, voting by chapter strength. This is to some of us, this is a somewhat contentious subject. It was passed with an amendment that is going to be discussed a little bit later that some of us disagree with on procedural grounds. The Malaysia mainland China dues reduction was withdrawn. Electronic meetings and committees, I don't have a note. I'm assuming this passed.
Could I ask everyone at the mic to just lower their mask since there's no one around you? It would be easier to understand.
Yeah, electronic, I don't have a note. I'm assuming it passed, but electronic meetings and committees. Filling vacancies in elected committees, that passed. Definition of member in good standing, that passed. Rewrite and update of PTG disciplinary procedures. This, I agree with the chair, was a huge, huge project, and that was accepted. As was the rewrite of organizational policies. To reduce administrative fee, that was withdrawn. Develop the policy for facilitate removal of ads from the journal, that was defeated. Online community rules and etiquette guidelines, that was passed. Chapters and membership was defeated. Change Members' Rights Committee from elected to appointed, that was withdrawn. Exam voucher expiration, that was passed. It was amended so that exams will be good, vouchers will be good for 5 years. Rescind 2022 dues increase, that was defeated. The education budget was defeated. The education license for Articulate 360 was passed. The education website RFA was withdrawn. Remove unrealized gains and losses from the budget, that was passed. New association management software, that was passed. And the appointment of the auditor was passed. I may have missed something, but I believe that was the most contentious subject to some of us, and I think I would recommend that the delegates pay particular attention to, had to do with the change of the requirement for moving to voting strength, voting by chapter strength. Thank you.
There were two other late submissions that were discussed. One was the appointment and ratification of Torger Balin to take Jim Coleman Jr.'s place on the board so that that region had representation for pre-council. And we also discussed a refund policy for the 2021 convention for those that were going to have to cancel due to the COVID situation. The discretion was given to our executive director to do as she sees fit with regards to that. Mr. Drain.
Yes, thanks for explaining this points that may be dealt with in this committee of the whole, learning about what's recently occurred. And so bylaws proposal number 4, voting by chapter strength. You all should have had a PDF of the pre-council where these RFAs were dealt with. Page 504, voting by chapter strength. Now, I was not an observer of the first day of the board action. This particular bylaw is revising one that's dealing with voting in council. And the way it's always been, section C, voting 3, business shall be transacted on the basis of 1 vote per delegate. 25% of delegates present and voting in favor shall be required to order a ballot or roll call vote. And there are other rearrangements and clarifications, other issues in the amendment that we got within scope of notice. I understand that at the board meeting, they amended 25% to 2/3 of delegates present and voting in favor shall be required to order a ballot or roll call vote. So this is council changing our operational procedures 2 days before this event. And so some of you may have been planning on utilizing this maneuver. And they changed it. Now, my experience as bylaws chairman over a number of years, and in capacity as bylaw chairman at the time, I was appointed the parliamentarian for council in 3 succeeding years. So I had to get used to using the Robert's Rules Index pretty quickly. I'm no expert, but I've been pretty familiar with it, or increasingly familiar with it over the past 40 and especially 20 years. And my gut reaction is that is beyond scope of notice. You have changed 25% to 2/3 without prior notification. Now, I've been told that our chair and our in-house parliamentarian indicated this is allowable. And I tried to, present what my perception was. And yesterday I had a great conversation with Paul Adams. We found some time. Obviously, things are very busy on the days of board to go over the items that I was quoting. And both of us, he pointed out, well, you look at the wording in Robert's rules, and the example that they use is monetary. And I said, yeah, but look at the next paragraph, and it talks about this general principle applies, blah, 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 blah. And I said, it's an analogous principle. It's an overarching principle. It's just a common sense, common law principle. And Paul said, well, look a little further. I think he did, but at any rate, we both realized that later in this second paragraph that was talking about general principles, it again referred to monetary items, initiation fees and things like that. So at the time I said, wow, I was getting all stressed out over this. But eventually, I talked to a few people, apologized to a few people that I gotten excited about it. And, one past president told me, you ought to try to get a second opinion. And I said, are you kidding me on this timeline? However, I was aware that I believe the National Association of Parliamentarians have a online forum of people interested in these things. And I had once posted a question to them before and got some good answers. So I did post a question, late yesterday afternoon, and did get 2 responses. And numerous people, who are parliamentarians or parliamentarian wannabes, had a look into this. And so, if bear with me, I'll just read what I had sent copies to the board this morning. So, I have extension, please.
It is the desire of council to allow Mr. Drain to continue. Please raise your cards. Okay, opposed? You have the extra time, Patrick.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so one individual on this forum who has over 15,000 posts, when I explained my dilemma, he said, you are correct and the chair is incorrect. The examples provided in 5711 and 5712 of your Robert's Rules are just that, examples. The scope of notice, the concept of scope of notice is not limited to monetary matters. Monetary examples are used because numbers provide an easy way to illustrate the concept. And someone else also said, amounts of money are probably the most obvious examples, but they are just examples, ... And you got a little more in the screenshot that I provided you. And numerous parliamentarians and wannabes read these lists and only got 2 responses, and they're all disagreeing with the chair's conclusion so far. Thank you very much.
The chair recognizes Carl Lieberman.
Carl Lieberman, delegate from South Bay. I too think it was out of scope of notice, but it's water under the bridge. I would like to just talk to the content of this. I think it's a bad idea to do things like this. There was no reason to do this. It's fundamentally anti-democratic. We've always acted as one man, one vote. People have always been able to call for a division when it's wanted. It's a low threshold to do it. It allows larger chapters with more members to have more vote than smaller chapters. It's the right thing to do. I think this was an ill-conceived idea. It can be reversed. Why do something like this? There's no possible gain and there's only a possible downside. And I think things like this take up our time and muck things up. And there's just, let's avoid stuff like this. That's my 2 cents.
Chair recognizes Eric Johnson.
I was at the meeting. I did attend, so I do have firsthand experience with this. I just want to point out, if you read the RFA, the voting by chapter strength RFA, the change was not part of the RFA. So this RFA did not call for any change in the percentage required to approve going to voting by chapter strength. So this was, in the opinion of a couple of us, rather arbitrary. It was sort of stuck on at the last minute, and to some of us, this is a rather important and significant change that deserves greater explanation and exploration.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bruce Dornfeld.
Thank you, even with the mask. North Shore chapter. I just want to point out that moving that threshold to 2/3 effectively eliminates the possibility of us ever having a vote by chapter strength in the future. Because a vote of this nature is something that takes place after a majority has approved something. And to have that majority vote turn into a 2/3 majority to decide differently than what they just voted on is simply not going to happen as a practical matter. That's all I have to say on that. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Wim Blees.
May, from Hawaii.
Please lower your mask so people can.
Last week, could I ask the chairman to ask whoever submitted the RFA, the reasoning behind this motion?
Well, the RFA came from the Bylaws Committee.
Is the chairman of the Bylaws Committee present, and could he explain?
I wrote the RFA. Nathan Mills, Augusta chapter. Yeah, basically, I agree that this is out of scope of notice because all we were trying to accomplish was to prevent the results being announced based on a delegate vote, and then someone deciding, oh, I think we have a better chance if we do a roll call vote, and they turn around, turn it into chapter strength vote, and reverse an announced result of a vote.
Ask me how I know.
As we saw this morning, we haven't had to do any chapter strength votes. We've all just held up our cards, and it's been quite simple. When it's called for, it's when it's really close. And as Mr. Secretary, you're counting up cards. When people realize it's close, somebody says, I want to call for a chapter strength vote. And then the results haven't been announced yet. It was really close. We don't know. And so it's counted by chapter strength, and then we're told what the results are. And Mr. Dornfeld's exactly right. If it's really close, you're never going to get a 2/3 majority of people to say, let's do a roll call vote. A chapter strength vote. It's not going to happen. And this is not at all what this RFA was about. We were simply wanting to make sure that it wasn't called for after the results were announced, that it needed to be called for when the vote was happening, before the vote happened, but also before the results were announced.
Any further discussion?
Matt Hirschfelder, Portland chapter. My understanding is that if we don't communicate right now to make a motion, correct me if I'm wrong, what's approved as stands. If we don't make a motion to adapt or change what has just happened at council, what has happened at council 2 days ago will stand. Is that correct?
So this council voted several years ago that we're under board governance. Decisions of the board cannot be overridden by council. So what was put into place as a vote, result of these votes will stand for this council. Just so that you know, this decision to the motion that was made by Mark was my suggestion to him. This was not something that he decided to do on his own. Council's voting is done by majority vote. That is our normal system. In order to override a majority vote, you have to have a higher vote. Higher vote is 2/3. Yes, our bylaws have said that it takes 25% to put chapter voting in place, but there is nothing in Robert's rules that says 25% of a body can make a decision for the entire body. That means that 25% of the people can make a decision for this organization in this group. And that goes against everything that's written in Roberts, from page 1 to the end. Now, we've been in contact with Alan Gilbert, who is chair of the Bylaws Committee. Alan happens to agree that the action that was taken by the board was legal action. The proposal that was put before the board was new writing in a new section. And yes, originally it was intended only to have that vote called for before the results were taken or were announced. But it allowed the board to address everything that was in that proposal. And that 25% was part of it. The action was legal. I have confirmed that with 2 other professional parliamentarians. They completely back up what happened in that. It was not called to be an illegal action in the board meeting. 2/3 of the board, over 2/3 of the board passed it. It is therefore a standing result. And this council will need to abide by the ruling that happened in the board meeting. It was unanimous. It was a unanimous vote by the board.
Carl Lieberman, South Bay. I'd like to respond to that. I'm not a parliamentarian. I completely disagree with everything you just said. And I think that you, as the person who was the force behind this, being the person who arbitrates whether it's legal or not, is a conflict of interest. And what I would say is I implore the board to revisit this. I understand council can't override the board, to revisit this at the post-council board meeting and to just basically reverse it. It's a bad decision. There's no good that comes from things like this. Don't do things like this. Right, it's not an emergency. At the next appropriate time, the board needs to revisit this. Everything that Barb said was incorrect. And I've been at council for 35 years, and we've always voted by chapter strength. As a matter of convenience, we vote by delegates unless something is really close. What Nathan said, that was not the intent of this RFA. This is just a wrong way to do things. It's easily correctable. Please correct it.
Mr. Drain.
First, a clarification on a point of information. I've just heard that the RFA 4 was passed unanimously. I understand that there was at least one abstention. I think I would like clarification on that from anyone who may have abstained.
We don't record abstentions. But it was 9-0. That was the vote. Chair recognizes Eric Johnson.
I'd just like to point out, while I understand the skill and knowledge of our executive director in parliamentarian procedures, I'm going to suggest that Robert's rules exist to serve the organization. The organization does not exist to serve Robert's rules. I also know that Roberts can be adapted. So my point is that we had this in place. There was no violation of procedures. Nobody had complained about this. It was purely a move to address what was seen as a requirement of Robert's rules, whereas what was in place was seen as a requirement to address the needs of the organization. I strongly recommend that we consider the needs of the organization first and don't become so subservient to Robert's rules. Thank you.
Nathan Mills, Augusta chapter. Just one quick thing. The idea that 25% of people get to make the decisions for the whole, I believe, is false, because we're all representatives of the chapters that we're here representing. And so the reality is my chapter has a voting strength of 5. And so when I do a simple vote, I'm gaining greater representation than when it's a chapter strength vote, because I count as one just like everybody else does. We are a representative body, and so it should not be hard to get a representative vote of the actual count of those represented. It should be something that easily happens. And when it becomes something that's difficult to happen, it completely reworks out the whole nature of this body, and it gives individuals like me way more power than I feel like we should have, because we each should be representing those in our chapters, not our own interests personally.
Is there anyone else that wants to speak before Mr. Drain, because he's been up several times on this? Okay, Pat.
Just a little clarification, or just my understanding. When Barbara was explaining, our executive director was explaining, her understanding of this and saying, this concept that thing, has to serve the majority, and so 25% is not correct. Just want to clarify that our bylaws and procedures are what we run by, and those are the ones that have had 25%. And, whereas if Robert's rules has some overarching principle, if our rules have precedence over that. So that had been the case. The 25 was required to have a chapter strength vote, and it was completely legal in every sense of the way. You might say, well, parliamentarians would prefer it not to be that case, or there's something in Robert's rules. Fine. But that's not the way it had been up until 2 days ago. Now you've changed it to 2/3, and again, I really believe that it is beyond the scope. And I would hope, I don't know that the chair can rule on this. I would hope so. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Larry Messerly.
Lisbonaya chapter. I would like to respond a little bit to Nathan, but to everybody here. In the United States, Wyoming has 2 senators, California has 2 senators. They each represent a huge different number of people. However, we do have the House of Representatives, which takes care of that. I am very much in favor of leaving and going back as soon as possible to 25% to call a roll call vote.
Yeah, if anyone wants to draft an RFA, the only way this can be addressed would be through that process for the next regular meeting of the board. And of course, scope of notice would be in place for that as well. So winter board would be the first time that we could revisit this. Unless we schedule a special meeting prior to that. Or any other topics that you wish to bring up at this time? I believe Wim had suggested he had other things to talk about. Oh, you need to get up to the mic. And drop your mask.
Excuse me. Good morning.
Remember, you're on TV.
The appropriateness is what I have in question. Is this the appropriate time to talk about this, or is this a different agenda item for council to discuss nominating committee?
It's open forum. You can bring anything up you want.
Okay. All right. So I'll just, a little background then. I've served on the nominating committee numerous times over the years. And often there is a question and a conflict of how many people we should be finding for especially the higher offices. And a year and a half ago, as we were preparing for the council session that was supposed to be here a year ago, the nominating committee decided with the change of governance that it would be a good idea to have 2 officers proposed for each. And we found people that were willing to run and lined that up. We were highly discouraged by the sitting board members. They didn't like it, which of course is understandable because we were finding people that might run against them. But the council at this point has one main obligation. Our only real duty now is electing officers. And if we do not offer a choice, it doesn't seem to make sense to me. But of course, there are different ways that one can view this. It can be very beneficial to have people running against each other for president if they have different visions. If it's a matter of a popularity contest, I would consider that a waste of time. But there are times in an organization where we do look at different ideas and perspectives and different directions we might go. If we do not have people running for office that offer these different perspectives, council really has nothing to do. I seem to recall the directions that committees get are created by the board, so that when the nominating committee meets, we are required to go by what the board asks us to do. And if the board asks us not to find people to run against them, I guess we can't. And so it's just kind of a, yes. Yes.
Can you hear? Great. So just so you're aware, depends on what committee, what control the board has. Some of the board or the committee charges are in bylaws and or policy. Some of the committees, it's whatever the board makes up on a given year or on a given meeting. So nominating, I believe, is a hybrid. Some of them are in bylaws and policy, and some we can add on to it, I think. All nominating is in bylaws.
Okay.
And they are not limited in any way for how many candidates. It says shall develop, or whatever the language is. I don't have it on top of my head, but there's no limitation on numbers.
Right. So, really the question is it a good idea or is it a bad idea? And of course, there's the bad idea aspect of it too. When we're running somebody against people that have been serving PTG with a lot of work for, in a lot of cases, a decade or two or three, is it appropriate to run somebody against them? The feelings that can be hurt, the problems that can occur. Some of us have seen that at a local chapter level. Contested elections at a local chapter sometimes are more disastrous than beneficial. So it's a question that I have for this body. Thank you.
Well, just to be clear, in addition to the fact that there's no limitation on the number of candidates that you can bring forth, also, before the elections, we open up for nominations from the floor. So there's that as well. The board is not limiting the nominating committee in any way.
Okay. So the question still is what makes sense to the council members?
And that's for council to decide. Mr. Drain.
Patrick Drain from Boston chapter. Wasn't particularly planning on discussing this topic. I have also been the acting chair of the nominating committee since roughly January of this year due to resignations and deferrals among the membership of the committee. And so I produced, with their help, the nominating committee's report, which you've got in your book. And what the chair has said, it is true that current bylaws and organizational policies do not constrict the nominating committee. However, a few years ago, a organizational policy RFA was put forward in the past that chose to constrict the traditional things that the nominating committee could do. It indicated that the nominating committee would not be allowed to recommend one candidate over another. And there was various discussion about this, and eventually the bylaws committee and board members put forward a proposal to delete those restrictions. So there was a recent period, when there were restrictions imposed by the board on us, which we are currently relieved of. Thank you.
So just so you're aware, the body's aware of the history behind that being passed originally. So the concern was every year we have a different nominating committee. Some years the nominating committee would choose to select a candidate over another and make recommendations. And then the very next year, the committee would not. And then it was random. So the intent was you either don't select a candidate or you do select a candidate. Pick one or the other for consistency's sake, not it changes year to year depending on the staffing of the committee. That was the intent.
Ian Fairweather from the Baltimore chapter. Just want to go back to the voting briefly, if I may. The Constitution of the United States of America in Article 1, Section 5 says that if somebody asks for a record of yeas and nays, 20% of those present, if they agree to that, then the vote has to be recorded. And I would suggest that the Constitution of the United States of America standards should be good for us. So that's 1 in 5 of those present asking for a recorded vote should stand. Just my thoughts there.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wim Blees.
I don't want to bring this up until this past discussion is over, so Are there any other people that want to talk on Bruce's topic?
Melinda Powell, Twin Cities chapter. I would just like to advise any nominating committee to be sure that whoever is opposing that it's not a popularity contest, and that it needs to be proven that that's not the case.
Chair recognizes Eric Johnson.
I just want to comment on Bruce's point. Yes, from the structural standpoint, council is very limited to elections. But I'd like to say that council is leaving a lot of power and a lot of responsibility on the table. Council also has a very important role in advising the board in a coherent, organized manner what the wishes and the desires of membership is. And right now, council is, I believe, abdicating that responsibility by not reorganizing themselves, and in particular, trying to get more meetings, more council meetings over the course of the year to prepare this advice and to prepare this guidance that I believe the board needs and deserves. So it's very much up to the representatives and delegates in this room and their chapters to take it upon themselves to revitalize council, to perform this really valuable and needed requirement. Thanks.
Chair recognizes Wim Blees.
For completely change of subject, according to Steve Taylor's report of the Finance Committee, it appears that we have approximately $1.4 million in the reserve fund. The reserve fund was created 30 years ago because we were broke, and we decided to put some money aside in case of a rainy day. At that time, it was advised to have a reserve fund for approximately 6 months of operating expense. And our dues kept going up and up, saying that we needed money to survive. And we bought into that argument for a long, long time. And now Steve comes out and says that we have $1.4 million sitting in reserve. In addition to that, we have a building that's worth how much, Barb? How much is our building's worth? Okay, $500,000. So we have approximately $2 million at our disposal in case of emergency. And he even says that perhaps we should only have $600,000. So at this point, what I would like to do is ask the members of council to come up with some ideas of how we can utilize that money for the near future. Now, we shouldn't spend all of it, obviously. We need to keep about $500,000 or thereabouts in reserve. But I would like to see if we can, what benefits we can give our members utilizing that money, okay? So I'd like to start off with making 2 or 3 suggestions. One is actually has been made by Carl Lieberman for many years, is that PTG members get free registration to the convention. Now, not forever, but maybe we could try this for next year and see if it will increase the number of people that come towards us. The second suggestion is to reduce our dues instead of constantly increasing our dues, that we can reduce our dues, again, not permanently, but at least until maybe our membership gets back up to a good level. And the third recommendation I would like to make is the home office staff was reduced because we had some financial problems, which we really didn't have, but we did. And they put in a lot of extra effort. And I would like to ask the board to consider giving each one of our or office members a bonus at the end of this year. That's my recommendation. I'd like to ask other people for other recommendations. Thank you.
Just so you know, we already gave a bonus. Chair recognizes Carl Lieberman.
I don't think we need to be in a hurry to spend our reserves. If we have good things to spend it on, by all means, let's do that. I'm never in favor of decreasing our dues. Our dues are not excessive. We're very financially stable. We're in a very good position. We have to think about the future, but we don't have to do it under duress. And that's because we have all this money in the bank. And I think, who knows what the future is? We're in a declining profession, but I wouldn't be in a hurry to use up our reserve funds. I think we're in a good situation, and let's just keep an open mind of what to do.
So, Mark Pullen, Vice President, hi. So the board recently did something with those reserve funds. So as some of you know and some of you don't know, we receive our Renner action models from Renner, obviously. Steinway purchasing them, we've been told kind of on the down low that we may never get these ever again. So the board decided using those excess operating funds to the tune of a little over $100,000 to purchase 200 of those action models, hedging our bets for the future. If we don't have that slush fund available to us, and we reduce it down to the bare minimum for operating funds, we don't have these opportunities. Should we have lots of discussion? Is $1.5 million too much? But it's going to be a very long discussion. But having those liquid funds allowed us to do this. If we couldn't, our exam program, when Renner does officially turn off the spigot, we have a really large problem.
At this time, I'm going to call for a 10-minute recess to allow those delegates that showed up a little late to get their packets and their voting cards, and we will reconvene in 10 minutes. Any late delegate, please come to the front of the room on the left-hand side to get your packet. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Would like to reconvene. Once again, I'm going to ask everyone to quickly reassemble, take your seats. Would like to proceed. I'm going to call the meeting back into order. We're continuing with the open forum. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak at this time? Chair recognizes Castro Carro.
Mr. Curro, SEPA chapter, Southeast Pennsylvania. I would like to make a statement about my opposition to remote voting and using it now or in the future. So in 2001, the National Science Foundation reported that, quote, remote internet voting systems pose significant risk to the integrity of the voting process and should not be fielded for use in public elections until substantial technical and social science issues are addressed, end quote. In 2004, the Pentagon initiated the Secure Electronic Registration and Voting Experiment, SERV, to help military personnel overseas. The program was soon canceled after 4 computer experts were invited in to assess the system and found a multitude of flaws. They found vulnerability to cyber attacks such as insider attacks, denial of service attacks, spoofing, automated vote buying, viral attacks on voter computers, and others. In conclusion, they removed their project because fixing it would not help. Fixing the SERV project would not change anything, but these dangers were inherent in all internet voting systems. In 2005, the Department of Defense did their own experiment and came to the same conclusion as the Pentagon. In 2008, 32 computer scientists from universities all over the country, including Princeton University, Rice University, Indiana University, and others, issued a statement about the vulnerabilities of internet voting, warning of, quote, serious, potentially insurmountable technical challenges, end quote, and recommended not to use online voting until these challenges had been overcome. In 2011, the National Institute of Standards and Technology made a statement to election officials that email transmission of election materials, quote, should carefully consider the security limitations of email because emails can be intercepted, read, and modified in transit. They can also be easily forged to make it look like the email was sent from another individual. In 2008, Dr. Vanessa Teague, a cryptographer, wrote an article about remote voting. She goes on in the article to describe, quote, the cheapest and easiest way to attack an online voting system is to flood the web application with garbage traffic and DDoS it, which means to put it offline. Any script kiddie with some Bitcoin can rent a botnet army of compromised IoT devices and overwhelm the election server on voting day, end quote. There are defenses to these attacks, but those defenses would require decrypting all of that traffic, which would completely remove voter anonymity from the process. let's talk about the OPA vote system that we plan to use. So on the website, they actually list publicly 5 ways that voting can be disrupted during the voting process. The first 2 are completely out of the control of the OPA vote system. The first one is that it is run on Google servers, and Google servers can go down. Recently, 2 weeks ago, I think, and then earlier in July, on more around the 7th, Google went down for an hour, and there was nothing anybody could do on the internet using Google. And then very recently, also about 2 weeks ago, the Janssen Artist Bench company, the email was hacked, and their information was accessed by hackers. So even though the second way that OPA Vote lists to disrupt the voting process is through the email accounts of voters. These email accounts, as I said, can be hacked. They are hacked, and they have been hacked all the time. It's what happens on the internet. And the OPA vote system only uses an email address to verify its voters. So an email is sent from the OPA vote system to the voters with a password. Now, as I said before, that email could be intercepted, and it could be detained or transmitted differently. So, in summary, cybersecurity experts have been against internet voting for 2 decades, and nothing has changed. They are as easy to hack or disrupt as they were 20 years ago, the most vulnerable being the voter and their associated email account or computer. It's not the system that we have to worry about, even though OPA Vote does allow for weighted voting, at-large voting, and other disturbing methods to disenfranchise voters. It is the email accounts and personal computers of the voters that we need to worry about. So I believe that we should not be using voting online in any capacity for any of the PTG in the future, because it disrupts the integrity of our elections. Thank you.
Once again, I'll tell you, Kestrel, like anything else, get your chapter to have a vote on your idea and have it presented as an RFA for an upcoming meeting. And that can be submitted at any time, including tomorrow. The chair recognizes Carl Lieberman.
I'm speaking in my capacity as the chair of the membership voting task group. I disagree with everything Kestrel just said. I think it's unbelievable that we're worrying about people de-encrypting our voting and hacking the Piano Technicians Guild. There's no one is going to devote the resources to doing this. This is a problem that just does not exist. And if we do move to some form of online voting, we can better enfranchise our members. When I look at the problems of hacking into our system versus the benefits of having more democratic participation, it's a no-brainer for me. Let's have more democratic participation. Why are we afraid of being hacked? It's just not a real issue, in my opinion.
The chair recognizes Maggie Duccio.
I'm going to get off topic for a second. The PTG is to provide quality service for the world's pianos. And that's what we do. And speaking of problems that don't exist, I have been really silent for a while, and I'm sorry. I love the PTG. It is very important to me that we have good communication, and I have said that 100 times. I am a big advocate of delegates and council and delegates communicating with chapters. I have talked about that a lot. I'm also not an advocate for this. I did not feel emotional when I first walked up here. I'm feeling emotional. I feel that we only cause trouble when we speak in anger. I am tired of people attacking others personally. We are here for pianos. Come on, people. We don't need the drama. We don't need to cause hurt feelings, okay? And I know we all have egos. We all get hurt feelings. It's gonna happen. Try to set your egos aside. Try to do what's right. Follow protocol. Follow procedure. If you don't like the procedures that are currently in place, write an RFA. If you don't like something that's already been passed, you have to write an RFA, okay? They can't just change a decision they've already made. Stop whining. I'm sorry. I'm overreacting, I know, but this is really stupid. So for those who know what I'm talking about, just chill. I'm sorry.
The chair recognizes Wim Blees.
Carl and I don't get along too well, and we often have differences of opinion. Have you heard that? But this time I agree with him. Kestrel has made a very good presentation. I don't disagree with everything he said, but we are piano tuners. We are not national security. I think the online voting would be very beneficial to us. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Kestrel Kuro.
I also do not entirely believe that we will be hacked. My question is, why are we allowing for the possibility of it? Thank you.
Are there any other topics that you wish to speak about? Chair recognizes Bruce Dornfeld.
Once again, to go back to the subject of direction for the nominating committee, I'm of course a little disappointed that there weren't more people that expressed an opinion up here. So I thought I perhaps might try a different tact. If it is allowable, could we have a straw poll to see how many people think it would be a good idea to have multiple nominations for higher office? How many people think it's a bad idea?
So you would like to take a straw poll?
Yes.
Does council ask your question?
How many people think it would be a good idea for a nominating committee to nominate multiple people for the higher offices?
And how many people are opposed to that?
Thank you very much.
Matt Hirschfelder, Pacific Northwest Portland chapter. Just a quick identification. We as an organization have discussed and withdrawn several things that are international conversations. And I want to remind our organization that even though we're a United States organization, we have feelers in lots of other countries, which is very exciting. We may consider how our board approaches reaching internationally or deciding that we're going to stay locally in the Americas. My point to that conversation is we have other organizations that are international, and it would be great for us as an organization to recognize them and be more connected in relationship in order to solve a couple of the problems that we bump into, like dues and ethics codes and communication. That's so I'd like to see organization as a future discuss international, national. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak in this open forum? Chair recognizes Mr. Bill Davis.
I would like to invite everybody here to participate in the Larry Crabb Barbershop Chorus. We rehearse at 9:30 on Wednesday, Thursday, and I think we're performing on Friday evening. We do rehearse on Friday as well. I believe our rehearsal room is the Hanover A or B? Harbor, not Hanover. And it's in the second floor, International Tower. No piano. Somebody with a good voice would be nice to have there besides me. It would be nice to have more than 4 people. And 4 parts is also desirable. So please come out and join the Barbershop Chorus. I would love to have you. Thank you.
Just a reminder, we're going to be breaking shortly for the election of officers, but before we do so, when we do come back after caucuses, and if anyone wants to address the officers' reports or any of the other reports that were passed in the boardroom, you have copies of everything in there, and that would be an appropriate time to ask any questions if you had any. Also like to put in a brief commercial for 2 entertainments that are going to occur at this convention. One is this evening, right after the opening ceremony and awards, and that is a 6-piece Dixieland band from the Grand Floridian Hotel in at Disney. And they're going to be bringing in some absolutely wonderful, not only Dixieland, but also swing music, and there'll be a dance floor in front of their stage. That's tonight at 8:30. Adjacent to the opening ceremony in the Royal Ballroom. And then on Thursday, we have a interesting performance by a jazz quartet of some renown, who's worked with the likes of Roberta Flack and other people that I'm sure you know the names of. But what's different about this group is what they're going to be doing is presenting something they call a jazz informants. And what do they mean by that? They're going to take the history of jazz over the decades and give a brief talk, very brief talk, because it's mostly going to be music, but a brief talk about what it is they're about to play, explain a little bit about that particular type of jazz, and then play it. And they're going to do the same for each of the decades as they move forward in time. So I think you'll find it not only educational, but great fun. So that's going to be Thursday evening in the same area at 8 o'clock. And at this time, we have the election of our offices for President, Vice President, and Secretary Treasurer. Are there any nominations from the floor? I'd like to hear from the nominating committee to present their report. Patrick Drain.
Okay. Well, see if I've got C13 in here somewhere. Well, let me just do it off the top of my head. Yeah. So let me just say who's been nominated and then proceed office by office. And so The nominating committee has nominated Mark Pullen as candidate for president of the PTG. It has also nominated Jim Ferris as a candidate for vice president, and also nominated Mr. Stoneman, blanking on your name, David Stoneman as our secretary treasurer. And so that's the report. And then hopefully you can proceed with starting the nominations. And at that point, if there are anything from the floor. Thank you.
Sorry for taking it out of order. Are there any nominations from the floor? The chair recognizes Wim Blees.
I would like to make a motion that we elect the officers by acclamation.
We have a second. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the full slate of nominees, and we're going to, as suggested in the motion, take them all together. All those in favor of the slate of executive officers as presented? No, we're taking the whole slate. That was the motion. Okay. Okay. Once again, all those in favor of the slate of all three executive officers, please raise your voting cards. Opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations.
I was hoping for an opportunity to speak before this, but you kind of cut us off at the knees, so good and bad, I guess. So thank you from Mr. Ferris, Mr. Stone, and myself. I will put up front, I will more than likely, unless something dramatically changes, I will serve only one term. So I just want to put that out there right now. So Jim, David, and I have spent months at this point working on ideas and framework and where we would like to see things go. Our board orientation, which is scheduled tomorrow, is going to be completely different than anything that's been done in the past that any of us are aware of. The idea behind this is we are going to try to get the board to work as a board versus 10 individuals. The program is set up, long story short, like a choose your own adventure book. And the board will work our way through our story and see where we come out the other end. That will be a private meeting. It will not be open. So the intent is when we finish that process tomorrow, the leadership luncheon later this week, the outcome of that will be presented to everyone in attendance. So it's very clear from the beginning what the priorities of the board are for this next year. So I would love to tell you what those are going to be, but I don't have a clue. We will find out tomorrow. My personal priorities, I can be very upfront. All of you have heard it for a very long time. So number one is who and what are we? We're very good at dealing with bylaws changes, policy changes, all the little stuff. Not so good at dealing with the fundamental issues of our survival. We do a bunch of things, and we do some of them really, really good, and some of them mediocre or worse. So our survival is important. So in a great scheme of things, we need to determine what are the big rocks in our jar and trying to get rid of the little rocks that aren't essential for the function of our organization. Our volunteerism has dropped. We need to recognize that and pick our battles and be really, really good at whatever remains. The other big issue is our examiners. When I started as an examiner in 1997, there were 118 tuning examiners. Today, as we stand here, there are 51 or 52, I'm blanking, just over 50. The average age of those CTEs is 61 years old. I've been doing it 25 years at 46 years old, and I'm still in the bottom third. We have a crisis. 51 people are responsible for the entire existence of our organization. That's a problem. So hopefully this board will come up with a direction. Come leader luncheon, we will present it. We are here for you. You have questions, ask them. Communication is a two-way street. We can't do things if we don't know your thoughts. I've said for years, you want questions, answers, pick up the phone, call me. Shoot me a text, shoot me an email. I used to be in court all the time. Now I work at the Capitol building in Montpelier 3 weeks ago. I hang out with politicians every day. So pick up the phone, call me. Unless I'm in the room, I can talk to any of you at any time. So thank you for your support. Let us know what we can do for you guys.
Thank you all for your support. I know so many of you are familiar with Mark being all the committees that he's been on. Who's this guy here that you see standing around? Just quickly, I'm what I call a retired anal retentive aerospace engineer. Before retirement, the wife said, yeah, you can retire, but you got to find something to do. You're not allowed to hang around the house. So here's where I'm at now. I was almost tempted a little bit earlier to come up saying, I don't know if I'm the right person for this position. The reason I say that, I'm listening to all the debates and arguments going on, and I'm thinking about how do we promote the playground? How do we help the single mother with 2 kids in Tennessee? How does this help in the piano? And then I heard Maggie with her very impassioned speech about, can we please do pianos? And one of the things, as Mark was talking, we've already trying to hit the ground running, which is something a little different. What is the position? A lot of you say, what's the board doing? And you're absolutely right. The member said, what's the board doing? You know why? The board doesn't know. We don't have what's going on, and that's changing starting tomorrow. So we want to get engaged, go through there with the focus. It's the Pianos Technicians Guild, not the Bylaws Debating Society, not the medical branch of the PTG or the lawyer. Yes, it's all important. We need that. But we have a shrinking industry, and we are looking for an exciting change. And all of you are an integral part of this. All 3,000 members are. We are all together. Thank you very much. I appreciate you letting me come.
I'd like to invite David Stoneman up for a few brief remarks. Since he was at the back of the room, now you can actually see who our new Secretary Treasurer is. Let's give him another round of applause.
I am indeed David Stoneman. But we are a guild, a society of people who work toward a mutual goal.
through support of each other. We are a large ship. We move slowly for the most part. Slowly is not as important as carefully, and for the mutual good. We are about pianos. Hopefully we're about growth. Wish us luck.
Hey, look at that, it works. Wait, there's more. So is Keith still in the room? Mr. Coop, so could you please announce where the exam office is, please? I don't remember where it is off the top of my head. In the tower. Third floor. Follow the signs. So the reason you need to know where that is, I implore each and every one of you to go visit the exam floor, talk to the examiners, see if they need help. If you haven't been involved in an exam other than taking yours, they would love to see you. It's fun, it's educational, it's free. My first time ever doing an exam, my helpers, I was 23 years old, were Jim Coleman Sr. and Michael Travis to do a master tune. You can't pay for that experience. My helpers. So if go help with an exam, they would love to have you. Go, please. Maybe you will see what it's like to be an examiner, which is the best thing ever. Thank you. Good point.
Okay, we're going to recess the open forum portion of this meeting because it's time to send everybody to the caucus rooms. But before I do so, before you go to your regional caucus meetings, the board would like to remind you that we will be staffing committees later this week. As hard as it is to give up your time to any organization, let me remind you that PTG would not exist if not for the volunteers. Your educational materials, this institute, RPT exams, the board of directors, we all volunteer our time to this organization. Please consider stepping up to volunteer for a committee when nominations are open or when the sign-up sheet is passed around for appointed committees. PTG needs your help and your ideas.
Just one point of information, please. Just clarification, I understand we've got 2 hours to allot. I'm just wondering, when are we supposed to be back?
Okay.
Is it 2 hours and then we have an hour lunch?
It'll be after lunch, so you have a 2-hour meeting from 10:30 to 12:30, and then you have 1:30 back here in this room.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, 1 hour for lunch. Larry.
Larry Mesterly, West Monada chapter. Mask. Just to go along with what Paul Adams has said about volunteers in this organization, I'm on the ethics committee. There is no amount of money that you could pay me to keep on that committee.
We might elect you.
But I will do it as a volunteer.
Will this room be secured while we're gone? No, okay.
This room will not be secure, so please take any valuables or electronic devices with you. Hold on, don't run off yet. So we have 2 items of business. One is approving caucus rules, And two, quick announcement before you run off and we approve caucus rules. Those of you interested in members' rights and ethics, we just approved a totally new procedure for both of those committees. So we have part of this whole change. Friday morning at 8 o'clock, a room I don't have off the top of my head at the moment. Those people elected into those committees have to attend some training to go over these new procedures and specify this is exactly what is required. We're not going to throw you to the wolves anymore. This procedure is very well written, very detailed. You follow it from start to finish. We are going to talk through it as a group. Thank you for anyone who's willing to volunteer. That's a really tough job.
So at this time, I'll entertain a motion to adopt the regional caucus rules as presented. Who moved and who seconded? So as it states in your agenda book, the elections of the RVPs and committee nomination, regional caucuses should adjourn by 12:30 for lunch. Caucus secretary is to report immediately to the PTG secretary treasurer with the results of the RVP elections and submit the names of the candidates for committee posts. Delegates are then to report back to the council room no later than 1:30. Please remember that each caucus must nominate a candidate for each committee, and if the nominee is not present, a consent to serve form must be obtained. Nominations for the editor advisory committee should take place in the odd numbered years only, and then we will have the presentation of the regional vice presidents. Just so you know, in the past, we used to require that the individuals, once they were selected for committee positions, would line up in front of the dais so that people could recognize who they were going to select. And once we get back into the council room, in order to create a ranking, if you will, for who would be the chair, who would be the next people, and then who would be the alternates. But that's no longer a requirement. If you have a warm body over the internet that says, I'd like to be on that, that's fine. And they don't have to be present in this room to be selected. If you go down the hallway in the lobby, going away from the front desk where you registered to get into the hotel, the very last alcove has all of the regions in that same spot. Barb will take care of you. So they're all clearly labeled.
Could I request a point of information? And you ran by some things about odd and even numbers. I forget what that is. Maybe you could repeat that. But my understanding, recollection is that nominating committee, I believe you can serve on it consecutively. So if that is exactly correct, or if you can clarify that. I know in the past we've run into people being nominated in caucus, and we voted, and in fact we voted, and then we said, oh gee, this person isn't even allowed on it. So and so think about all the various elected committees that you might serve on. New people. Thank you for that. Clarification would be greatly appreciated.
Well, what I read was that nominations for the editor advisory committee should take place in odd-numbered years only. And this is an odd year, to say the least.
Okay, Region 1 will meet in Citrus A, Region 2, Citrus B, Region 3, Cypress A, Region 4, Cypress B, Region 5 is in Magnolia, Magnolia A, Region 6 is Magnolia B, and Region 7 is Orange D. Right. The rest of them will be down the lobby on the left-hand side. We will be in this, I'll be in this room when your meetings are over. You can just bring the packets back to me. Yeah,
Yeah, the
RVPs, I have
RVPs
your
come up and get
packets.
the packets. So please remember, we have to reconvene here at 1:30. And it's now time to head to your regional caucuses. And we will pick up with the open forum at 1:30 sharp. going sailing when I get back home.
It's gonna be in Vegas next year. Oh. Anaheim. Oh, look, that's even worse. Honey. Yeah, I was there. Well, I didn't need a small town. Like West Lake, Louisiana, something like that. Even though there wasn't casinos there. But the Anaheim, that's where the NAM show is. That's the hotel you can look at. Yeah. And my route guide just stopped me at International Boulevard and the crossroads, not telling me which way to go to get here.
Yeah, no, that's very frustrating. Google Maps, I have discovered is terrible. It is terrible. You can search Google.
It's been fine. It's on, I don't know, Toyota put it in there.
Yeah, you got that. Yeah.
Navigate.
You're not the first person to say.
When it could be in Vegas. That's the year after. Reno. Year after next year. I have a sister who lives in Toronto. And the 2014, which was in Denver. You see, that's what I would say reasonable hotel.
thank you for clarifying that your suggestion is my motion. I've been feeling that for the last 2 days. So thank you. Get back to the situation.
I'm sorry to
not jittering the numbers? You're going to left? Well, that's a good thing. It is. If you're gonna do that. I don't know about that.
be back here then.
Got to have two people, right? Is that what?
Here it comes.
What's that? No, no, you're certainly not the first, you don't the ice cream. You're not the last. You're not the last. Well, I don't know.
This is still screaming. Yes.
I don't know.
Where'd you get it?
And what we've been going over up here at the table is we've always used these official ballots. These are the same ballots we've used every single year. And they're saying it's always just been one vote, one name. And you guys are disagreeing.
Simply a matter of staff reduction. Well, I understand. You're saying
Term says it will be here. Okay, thanks.
So Semper Gumby, you think we do the same things year after year after year, and things are lost and forgotten and changed, and we find continual problems, and here we are. How many times do you think?
don't forget, we had a whole year to get all this.
Institutional memory is a beautiful thing. It's not there. Huh?
Moving right along. Our official ballot, which is the green ballot for Members' Rights Committee, and you're going to need 3. So ignore that you're just voting for 1 and put in 3 names. Again, when you're done, pass them to the center aisle and the RVBs will collect them. Okay. Next is the blue ballot for nominating committee, and you're going to need up to 5 names. That is correct, up to 5. And then last but not least, on the pink ballot, membership application review committee, and that will be 3 names.
The nominating one more time. Somebody needed it back. Numbers for this one?
3.
I'm a laggard.
Okay, at this time, we're going to resume the open forum section of today's meeting. If there's any interest in continuing that, by a show of hands, how many would like to continue the open forum? Or did you want to go right to the budget? There wasn't a lot of hands up for that. Okay. We'll move to the budget. So this is under your agenda, Roman numeral 8, operations, financial. Excuse me? Sorry. The 2020 audit report.
Okay, do we have any questions? Yeah, I'm not going to force it. Thank you. There we go.
No, go ahead. I just had a question about a board when there was a RFA to limit the cost for monthly fees, and it was withdrawn. I'd just like to know a little bit more about the perspective and conversation about the dues increase and how that piece of the budget.
During the last board meeting, we did do a dues increase of 16. Anyway, there was a dues increase, and the RFA was to rescind that, and it was such a small amount for that. We're still back to the same argument we have every time. Do we do the little increases, or do later we have to go to $30, $40, bigger increases? As we all know, it's just inflation is hitting everybody, and it's true to the home office, so the expenses continue to go up. So it was voted by the board not to leave the dues increase that we had voted on at the previous board meeting. So we'll stay in place.
Chair recognizes Carl Lieberman.
And I would just like to say thank you to the board for doing that. It's the right thing to do. It's never popular to raise dues. It's the right thing to do. And I don't care that we have all this money. It makes us more secure. It's good that we have all this money. I have a question for you. You know, I see in the budget, I see all the personnel costs, and that's fine. Are there any personnel costs for our staff included in our convention expenses?
The answer is no.
Thank you.
Thank you. No.
Okay, at this time, we're going to take a 15-minute pause Recess for 15 minutes while the tellers do their work on the elections. We'll reconvene at 2:30.
Testing, test, 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 test. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Not here. I thought that we still had. Yeah, no, I understand.
They still got some.
Okay, everybody, we have a runoff election that we need to perform here. So we have a runoff we have to take care of here. We have had a tie. This is for the 5th position on the Ethics Committee. So whoever wins this runoff will become the 5th member of the Ethics Committee, and the second place person will become the first alternate to the Ethics Committee. So the two that have tied are John Rolanowski and Taylor McKinnon. So using one of your white extra ballots, vote for one of these two people. Vote for one using the white ballot. Fold it in two, pass it to the center.
What'd you do with your 2 extras?
Oh, yeah. And yard.
I'd like to call the meeting to order. Everyone, please take their seats. We're getting ready to display the election results for the committees. First up is editor advisory. When I read the names, would you please stand up? Craig Turner, Chair. Barb Richmond and Ken, I'm not sure how to pronounce. Eshke. Eschetti? One of those. Moving right along. These are the Ethics Committee. And if you individually are here, please stand when I call your names. Larry Messerly, Chair. Doug Kirkwood. Paul McLeod. Yes, that would be true. Paul McLeod, please stand. Steve George. John Rolanowski. And the first alternate is Taylor McKinnon. And the second alternate is Douglas Snook. Next up. This is the Members' Rights Committee. Chair is Maggie Jushel. Wim, please stand. And Win, please. I know Jim Birch is not here. Clark Sprague is the first alternate. Ingrid Kraft is the second alternate. Ray Camperman is the third alternate. And Kevin Clem is the fourth alternate. Next up, we have the Membership Application Review Committee. The chair is John Farrell. We have Kevin Fortenberry and Larry McDonald. And now we have your new nominating committee. The chair is Rick Butler. And we have Melinda Powell Please stand. Dave Conti. Ward Guthrie. And Mike Ello. Yeah. Okay, before I entertain a motion to adjourn, I have a few announcements to make. First and foremost, I'd like to thank all of the candidates who put their names in for these various committees for their volunteer service to PTG, and as well as all the tellers that put in extra time today. So let's have a round of applause for all of those folks. While all of the committees are important, the Ethics Committee and the Members' Rights Committee, we just went through a major rewrite of all of the legislation, and we decided that what's going to happen each year at convention is there's going to be an orientation meeting that'll be hosted by the chairs of both of those committees and all the members of those committees, and they're going to be meeting this Friday at 8 a.m. in the big tower building on the very top floor, the 17th floor, in the Hilton Honors Lounge. It's halfway down the hallway from the elevator on the right. So that's this Friday, orientation meeting for ethics and members' rights. Did you want to say something? I still have more announcements.
Okay. Before we get to that point where we adjourn, I would just like us to thank by applause our board of directors for the last 2 years on the hard work that they have done. Thank you very much.
Are we good? Okay, I want to thank you so much for understanding when we had our regional caucuses. This was the first time we were trying to do the Zoom meeting with the remote delegates as well as that OPA vote. I got to tell you, it actually worked a whole lot better than I thought. And I want to do a thank to all the RVPs. We did a practice session 2 nights ago to get prepared. And then we had one of the delegates, we called the IT helper, that we practiced last night, 7:30. They gave up their time. And we have Bruce Stevens in there to try to get all the hardware going. I kept waiting for one of them to say, damn it, Jim, I'm a piano tuner, not an IT person. So we go with that. So we had a group of people that got this together. And it was really great to see how many virtual delegates that we had. It allowed more participation. How many regional caucuses have we had where you've had how many people attending, and now we had a whole lot more, and we could volunteer some people too. Say, hey, you're over there, why don't you get onto this? So I would say thank you for your understanding, and hopefully this will be somewhat of a model possibly as we go into the future.
May I also thank Bill Davis for his numerous years of service as Southeast RVP.
I just had a quick question. Since we had virtual delegates and we might have had virtual nominees, if any of those people were elected to the Ethics or MRC, they might need to tune in virtually on Friday. I don't know if there's a way to make that happen, but so just putting it out.
Okay, as you might have guessed, we had the weather together, a COVID storm that hit the country a year and a half or so ago. And as a result of that, this convention got rescheduled from last year to this year. We were facing a really dire situation financially, and thanks to the integrity and fortitude of our members, the things weren't nearly as bad as we were expecting. And as a result of that, the shortfall on the number of room nights that we promised was much less than we expected. And rather than write the hotel a check for nothing, we decided to, through the negotiating skills of our executive director, use that money that was owed to buy breakfast for all of the members that are here at the convention for Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. And those breakfasts will be not a full buffet, but there'll be a nice breakfast that you'll have on the second floor of the tower building in the room called Pelican from 7 a.m. until 8:30. There'll also be a breakfast. Yeah, we turned it into a member benefit. There'll also be a breakfast starting at 6 on Thursday in advance of the regional meetings in the same area, second floor tower building. Yes. Of the tower building. Yes. And then finally, last but not least, I wanted to invite everyone of the location of the Piano Technicians Playground. And that is going to be an all-day event. If you've never attended it, it is a wonderful experience. It's so well put together and so useful. And you can practice skills that maybe even RPTs of many years haven't used in a while. It's a wonderful class to attend, and it's done in stations, so you don't have to sit there all day, but you can if you want. That's going to be in the Orange B room on Friday all day long. And finally, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn. He took my class.
I'd like to make a motion that we adjourn the 2021 council.
And our second is Wim Blees, I believe. All those in favor? Opposed? Thank you very much. The meeting is adjourned.
Would you announce where we are tonight, time and place?
Okay. This evening, the opening ceremony will be at 7 a.m. in the, 7 a.m. I'm tired. 7 p.m. in the Royal Ballroom 1 and 2. That's in the convention center. That's over near the registration desk for PTG. And that will run from 7 until 8:30. It'll be a combination of our standard opening ceremony, and also all the awards will be given out. And immediately following, in the next ballroom, starting at 8:30, there will be a president's reception that will include a 6-piece Dixieland jazz band from the Grand Floridian Hotel at Disney, along with all the food, beverage, and enjoyment and camaraderie. Thank you so much.